Assalamualaikum. Good morning. Videos. Good morning, guys. You all can hear me or not? Can hear? Is there a sound? Dong, 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 dong. You all can hear the sound? The big one, dong, 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 dong. No,
No, no, Haji.
Okay, okay, okay.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning.
Good morning, Leo. Leo, is it?
Yeah, Leo. Welcome.
Yeah. 早上好。
早上好。
吃了吗？
吃了。
啊。
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Morning,
Salam.
everybody.
Morning.
Good morning, Haji.
Okay,
Apa?
apa nama ni, Prof. Faizal. Thank you very much for coming to our class. Just to let you know, I'm in Penang. We have Syariah Board for Hong Leong
Oh.
Islamic Finance. So our meeting will start at 9 o'clock. So
Okay.
since we are having the class today, at around 9 tu I excuse kejap lah, I pergi ni kan. So I leave the class to Mr. Leo, ketua darjah Mr. Leo, okay, to handle the class. Alright,
Yeah.
and thank you so much for your time today. Sorry to bother you because you are very busy, I know, but I think your knowledge, your ilmu is very, very, compatible to our class lah, particularly on this people leadership topic, which touches on the how to lead, the skill of how to lead and manage a group of people, kan? So it's very, very important. So I leave it to Mr. Leo to start the class. Okay? Okay, Faizal, okay, eh?
Boleh tak?
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Professor. And good morning, everyone. So we are lucky that today we have invited Muhammad Fashal joining us meeting and give us share his experience about the leadership. So first, let me give simple introduction about Muhammad Fashal, Professor. He has an experienced manager partner of the FMC. He's an immediate past vice president to the Malaysia Institute of the Accountants. Muhammad Fashal has years of diverse experience in both financial and multinational commercial firms with Asia Pacific, such as Shell, UMWT, as well as Simo Dhabi Group. He has spent many years helping leaders and apply governance principles and generate value for the organization. He has extensive exposure to management, sustainability, and ESG, and has held various board and committee roles. He is also a member of the Discipline Committee panel to the Malaysia Bar, president of the Institute Sezaha Audit Malaysia, a member of the Government Industry TVET Coordination Body, and a member of the National Governing Committee for the Professional Service Productivity Measures to Malaysia Productivity Corporation. So now let us welcome Muhammad Fashal. So
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Blessed Sunday here. Sorry to rope all of you in a beautiful Sunday morning. I know it's a rest day to all of us. I mean, unfortunately, that is the only day that I think suit to all of us that can match. Leo, can allow me to share screen, Leo?
Yeah, please.
Hold on, let me. But one moment, please. Is the slides appear now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Is it appear now?
No. But your screen, I think your screen has shared with us.
Sorry, Leo?
Yeah, we have see your screen. But not the slide.
Share. Okay, let me go this. You should share window or share screen here. I'm not really familiar with the Webex here.
Share the window, Prof.
A window app. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
share the window.
Okay.
You can share the window and then you can select the window that you prefer to be shared with others.
Okay. Right. Connecting. Let's wait for. Usually, if it's in office, that I have someone to assist. And we keep shifting, and we're familiar much on the Zoom, so we keep shifting, and it's a bit. We can't share your content. Make sure you're allowed or permission to share the content. Well, what does it mean by this?
Leo, you must allow Leo.
I don't have the right. So, Haji Professor, can you check if?
It shows that I have to get permission first.
Okay.
Before I can share this.
应该是报纸上看。
Haji, do you get the permission request?
Can you please tell me how I'm going to give the authority to Mr. Dr. Faisal?
Yeah, do you know that? Yes.
Who is the host now? Is
The
it
host
you?
is like Haji.
Yeah, I think
Ajib.
I think
I'm the
Prof.
host.
Okay, Yasir.
Yes.
How to do?
Okay, I think Professor Faisal is already the presenter now. It's just a matter of the presented slide has not come out yet.
Okay, okay.
Um,
Yeah, betul. Because I
can
can
you
see. Hmm.
Let me try again.
Okay.
yeah, can you
Right.
stop sharing and then start share again?
Yeah, I'm doing that. Still connecting.
Right. Or is it a slide presentation, Prof?
Yeah, slides. I mean PPT, PowerPoint.
If possible, if you can share with us, we can present it for you.
And I also would like to welcome some of our friends from UITM. Okay. Yasir, tadi I think tadi dah Prof Faizal tadi dah okay. Tapi cuma dia tak select the correct
Ya,
window
ya,
tu saya
correct
kan.
window. Betul.
I mean, he can already apa nama ni, show the slide.
Hmm. Biasalah ada glitch sikit biasalah.
Mm-mm.
Dr. Fashan, if you can't share it, you can send your slide to us and we can help you to share it. Everybody, please wait a moment. We are downloading the presentation and we'll show it later.
Thank you, Leo. Sorry for the technical glitch. I think allow me to start straight away while Leo figuring out.
I also met the issues yesterday regarding the system.
Okay, no problems. Again, very good morning. Chào sang hao. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A blessed Sunday that we have today. Topics given.
Hi, Leo, can you see the slide?
Yeah, I can see it's okay now.
Is it in full screen?
It's in the main screen.
Is it full screen now?
No yet. You can try to play the button, the presentation button.
I see the down button, you see. Presentation button. That's the one.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay, is it
No.
okay now?
No, not yet. Press the presentation
Press
button.
again. The far right.
On the
This side, let's
left,
go.
right, left corner.
That's the one. That's the
Yeah,
one.
this one, yeah.
No,
No,
that's the
this
one.
one, yes. No,
Is
no,
it?
No, this, yeah. Hey, don't move.
This one, right? The slideshow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I pointed out, but it's not in the full screen.
You press it.
Yeah, I already pressed it. Is it in full now?
No, not yet. Not full. Yeah.
Yet. I think I'm gonna have to use two screen. Leo, can you take a picture on how the presentation now?
Okay, I take a picture now. You see it?
Okay. Window, okay. Stop sharing first.
Yes, I want to find my screen to see how it look like. Okay.
Okay, I'm checking it now. Leo.
Can you see the full screen at my side?
It is not the full one.
It's overlapping,
Oh,
guys.
now. It's full now?
Yeah, it's full now.
Yes.
Okay. Professor Fashel, we are ready now. Professor, we are ready now.
I think Professor is not in the call, Leo.
Oh, yeah, I'm sending him a message now.
Yeah, the prof is disconnected from the call. FMC.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm here again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somehow
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
connected.
So now it's
Are
ready.
we good, Leo?
I will help you to turn the slides.
All right, you can move to the next slides
Okay.
and go to the third slides.
Okay.
I believe we just keep the introduction part of it. Yeah, let's allow me to begin with this quote, basically.
Okay.
Each of us or each of you, this is a quote. You can Google from who this quote originated from, I would say. Each of you is a shepherd, and each of you is responsible for his flock. It shows that the emphasizes of the leadership, as I earlier mentioned, I'm not sure whether I disconnected at which part earlier. Leadership, coaching, and mentoring is something that very close to what we do. Nature of our, I would say, the practice or business on almost daily affairs. Mentoring and coaching is something that we do, and this leadership itself is very much close to the practice that we implemented with our team members. So it goes to the our clients, basically. Coming to the introduction of this leadership, I will emphasize more on the leadership, mentoring, and coaching, on the generation gap and how to mitigate the gap, and effectively, in a way, I would say, if I may use the words effective, but I think to me that it somehow works in that way, because we're coming into two perspectives here. One is on the theoretical part of it, and another one is the practical part of it. I will share our experience, basically. So it is not something that it might work well with all of us, and it might not with others. Okay. The stigma of the leadership is often referring to the people used to associate leadership with the effectiveness or take charge of your team members. But in actual facts, it is not about taking charge. We are not managers, we are leaders. It is not about taking charge. It is about taking care of the people in your charge. This has been widely mistaken, I would say, and it has been strongly advocated with many leaders who strongly advocate the leadership. I remember attending their leadership or coaching, mentoring when I was in 2010, sent by the companies to go for the, I would say, the coaching certification. And there's a huge gap between, I would say, practical part of it and the theoretical part of it. This actually, the mentoring and coaching already existed. And I believe some of you, being an MBA student, you've already implemented it. You practice it. It's only about whether we realize it or not, whether we implement it or not, whether we understand the structure, the framework of the coaching and mentoring, and whether we have exercises our roles and responsibility in becoming leaders, as a leaders, I would say. Okay? The only thing is that when we realize, or conscious, I would say, as a leaders who implemented whether coaching or mentoring, then we know that, oh, we are doing things with conscious mindset. Conscious means that you're aware, you don't do things for random. You don't do things for random. Say, for example, if I were to take a simple case in point that when I call upon the team members who are aged with 20s and 50s, my ways, donation, pitch that I use with that segment we totally different. We'd be entirely different. We totally change. At some point of time, I might be using the high pitch just to suit and giving the tonation in terms of the giving an authority or instruction. At a certain point of time, or a certain point of leadership or level or age gap, I might be using a different tone, different pitch, high tone or low tone, or soft point or hard point when dealing with the much senior, I would say, team members. Generation gap is something that I would like to touch upon later on when we go to the next items here. I'm going to share more deeper into that. Okay? Bear in mind that leadership, it is not about to be likable. It's about to being effective in delivering a message that we want to deliver to the team members. Okay? And leadership is just like playing soccer or play football. Okay? When you apply mentoring and coaching, and when you do it on almost continuously, I wouldn't say that it's on daily basis, continuously. And when you demonstrate it continuously, consciously, you know that what you are doing here, you know the objective of communicating, the communication is all about, and where are you going to achieve, what are you going to achieve with that communication. And when you do that ongoing, I would say, and you're conscious, you know that this is part of this communication or engagement, is part of the mentoring or coaching process. Yeah, it becomes a training ground. It becomes a training ground. So leadership is about practicing. The more we practice with conscious, then we know that we are exercising our skills, implementing our skills, name it in terms of the mentoring, coaching, or teaching, or even the counseling, to the people within our control, I would say, or our level of authority. I have a case on point that when I was in my early days and when I was recruited by the my younger days, my former employer, we went through quite a rigorous, I would say, that screening process. A 4 level of interview, I would say. Not interview, the first time is we need to go for a test, and the psychometric test. Past that, we've been calling again for the technical test on the finance. Then on the 3rd and 4th, then we then be called for interview direct to the potential directors of finance that we're going to be hired. Yeah. So when they hire us, the bosses told us that, you know what, Faisal, if you do not perform, if you didn't perform, that is my mistake. You know, that is kind of mindset that leaders instill in that organization. But apparently, because why? Because when I joined another organization, even though I would say that bar size Fortune 500 still, but I've been probably that bad luck, I would say, that having a different kind of the immediate superior, that having different understanding of the leadership, of putting a blame. But bless, because that is where you learn. You know, you can change your supervisors, you can change your leaders, you can change your boss. But what you can do is that you can change yourself, become a chameleon. You know, chameleon, they change color to suit the environment. I would say. You can't change our boss, definitely, but we can change. What we can do is that adopt ourselves with the environment to suit ourselves. Remember, one thing is that to become a good leader, you must first become a good follower. Because we are dealing with personalities, and God created us, although create peoples with different personalities, definitely. You can't expect people to agree everything with you and have a common understanding with you, common interest, common hobby, whatever in terms of common. We have to know conscious, I use the word conscious, leaders, managers, potential leaders and business leaders, or whatever leaders that you want to call yourself. If you want to be effective one, you have to be conscious that we are managing different sets of people. As much as we are different also, have a different interests, different criteria, characteristics, we must expect the team that we manage have different personalities as well. Okay, coming back to Shell. So when my bosses told me that, you know what, Faisal, if you do not perform, if you didn't perform, that is my mistake. What does it mean by that? Meaning that it is her rules her roles to mentor, to coach until I am equipped. Why? Because I have already undergone the rigorous screening process. The company, the fact that I am being hired to the company is that we are hired someone that we fit what we want. Yeah, that's the first thing. And the fact that she is the last screener and she hired me, the fact that she has agreed to hire me. The next thing is that to make sure that I, myself here, are well trained, well equipped, because I've been so-called like a screen, pass all the screening process. So she take charge because that is culture of companies. So if leaders have that roles in any organization, I would say, taking that ownership instead of instead of putting a blame. In Malaysia, you know what, Leo? We call it bangau or bangau. Bangau is like a birds. There's a song. If you Google it, bangau meaning is that bangau, you keep blaming another person. You blame for the rain. Frog asks, Frog, why you didn't go out and get a food? Frog say that because it's not raining. Because Frog will say that the moment it rains come down, then only I will go out. And then they ask the rain, what raining? Rain, why you didn't go down? Because because they say that, you know, there's no lightning, there's no, so they keep the chain. Of course, the chain is keeping a blame to one another, a complete chain of the firefighting or the blame game. So that is not a good environment when it comes to the working environment. So who can do that? The leaders have to change that. It has to come from the top, and the culture must embed within the organization how to do that, mentoring and coaching. Can we go to the next? How to do that? That can be addressed through mentoring and coaching. You know what the beautiful part of this, when the leaders or managers manage, or you have your very own entity, able to understand and manage this. Can we go to the next slide, please? Back. You just remove back. Can you click this? Right, leaders. I would say the leaders or potential leaders or prospect leaders, or if we have a control. I love to do this. That in the beginning, that we can't change the. Say, for example, that we have a culture within the organizations. The culture already that, I would say, becomes a normal culture in that organization. We can't change much on the culture and tradition or values that within the organization that already happening, especially to the leaders that beyond our control. So they are coming from different, I would say, thought process, school, different thoughts, I would say, on leaders, because those who are in 80s, 90s, or 2000 are way different than what we have today. I think many of us are aware that the dynamism of the business itself, the landscape, competitiveness, it changed many things, as well as the talent that we have. The younger generation, the Z time, the X and the Y, there's a big clash there because I'm managing those who are 20s, those who are 30s, and those who are seniors, and even those who are much senior than me, age 70s. That is something that the dynamism of the way we communicate, the way we change people are very much different. So an effective, I would say, highly performance leaders, I would say, in my perspective, I remember that 2010 when I attended the coaching session is meant for high performance. Means that the coaching element, that's why they call it, if you Google, coaching is not about fixing a problem. Coaching is about coaching for performance. The word coaching is actually for performance. Coaching to accelerate better, for betterment, and to push for a little bit push for better performance. But not mentoring. Mentoring are more towards the teaching know-how. Of course, counseling, it is more on the, if you have problems, team member who have units needing helps, I would say not the problems, then you go for the counseling. The word of coaching itself is meant for coaching for performance. So when you talk about coaching for performance, leaders need to have a conscious, subconscious mind. That what is that? You have to activate that. Meaning is that as a leaders, you need to wear that the dynamism of team members. You need to wear. You need to wear that diverse team members, different characteristics, values, not just team. It could be your clients, it could be your stakeholders. Because I've heard many and faced many that people will say that, oh, it's not easy to manage the 20s or 30s are demanding. 50s say they are very good. The 70s say that, they know everything. Then it's okay with that. If you are conscious, you know how to tackle them, to bring them down. You have to agree to disagree on many things, not flexing muscle, meaning is that you yourself, we are not going to flexing muscle. I'm not going to debate with you over something that, immaterial, I would say, but let's go into something that common that we wanted to achieve. Okay? Finding whatever best within that person, I would say, that common ground to achieve the objective. We have seen post-COVID 2020, things change in the business landscape. As we are today, this is part of the, I think, acceleration from the COVID, to speed up the technological advancement. So there we are today in terms of the, using the platform. This is because of that COVID partly. So in the beginning, that people find it difficult, adjustment, whether can we use the technology, online meeting, online classes, whether it's effective or not. But over time, people will adapt, regardless of the Asian backgrounds. So eventually, we come into the common that the 60s, the 70s now, somehow, some still reluctant, find it physical is still, yes, I still believe that physical is the best, but we don't really need to have a physical engagement all the time, due to whatever effectiveness, cost, effective, and so on. We can do as what we do today. So we have younger generations now, 20s and 30s, demanding a different working environment and landscape. We can see in other jurisdictions, say for example in Eurozone partly, and even in Malaysia, I believe in China as well, a lot of leniency given to the younger people. As long as you can produce certain acts of activities and output and amount, and then we give you room to say, for example, the flexi hour, work from home and all those things. So those are the dynamism of the younger people that they require more, I would say, room in terms of the way they dress up, the way they speak. It's funny for me, like going 50s, but we go to the younger generation, like 20s and 30s, the way they communicate is different. The way they do the body language was different. So we find that, it's a bit, sometimes we find it probably that, you didn't really put a respect to that. That is our judgment initially. But when we have a conscious mindset as a leader, then I start to tolerate, then, okay, I can tolerate. I understand because this is the generation that I'm facing, dealing with. This is the generation that I'm dealing with. This is their norm. Yeah? When of course, when I deal with a much older group, they are more into the more, personalized, more wisdom, more personal approach. Then there will be a different approach, kind of that. Let's say, for example, if I may say that I'm trapped in middle, then I have to have a conscious mindset that, okay, dealing with this segment, I must tolerate myself that I must bear and put a bit more passion when dealing with senior level and senior in terms of the age, because they are more probably relaxed a bit, more to the wisdom, more to knowledge base, no rush, things will get done eventually, but you have to be patient, okay? Because the fast is not the way that they do things. That comes with the age and all those things. But effectiveness, yes, they have their own ways of doing things. But compared to younger people, they want everything fast. Yeah, they wanted everything faster, I would say. Fast result, fast action. And we need to find ways that how to accommodate with that in terms of, let's say, in terms of organizations. Same goes when you drafting a KPI, let's say, for example, or output budgeting. Last time we call it budget. But now budgeting is no longer effective because you need to put an output budget. or in Malaysia, we would call it, or even in McKinsey, they call it output-based budgeting, OBB. Output-based budgeting, meaning when you draft budget or KPI, you go for the output first, and you work retrospectively to draft the budgeting. So the ultimate objective is the output-based budgeting. It's no longer about KPI along the line. When you put the KPI along the line, then you start to be regimented in terms of the activities to be carried out. You start to streamline or focus, detailing that. Let's say, for example, why are you not doing the roadshows, such and such numbers in such and such event in such and such designated location? Let's say, for example, you try to drill down, whereas they have their own mechanism of ways. Say, for example, by optimizing the omni-channel social media. Omni-channel means that all the channel that we have, including, let's say, Thread, including LinkedIn, including everything, by all means, because they are there. This is their generation. Okay, hope you get what. Am I going too fast?
You're okay. You're okay,
Great.
Prof.
Okay, Prof.
Okay, all right. It's out, right? Okay, Leo, can you click this?
Keep this.
Click display here. Move backwards. Sorry, it's actually a sort of video just now. Can you find a play button there for that slide? The one with the computer there.
Okay. I checked the slide and played. Sorry, I didn't find the button. To play.
Okay, again, I'll share the video that one. It's okay. All right. Let's go to the next.
Next, okay.
Let's go to the next slide. You know, in my in what we do is actually, can you go clicks to the until our wordings. Can you back one button back? Yeah, okay.
Oh, it's play now.
No. The art of communication. Yeah, this is the slides. Okay, now it played. No, earlier it played.
Oh, yeah, play.
Okay, earlier played. Yeah, it's streaming. Yeah, let's look at the how dynamic it is. All about not just about the technological advancement, things change, digital adoption, but this reflects the way people think as well, and the way the generation think. You know, less and less. If you can see that now we just need, let's say, one laptop on the table, then we can do almost all the work, as compared to those days. This somehow reflects to the different generations. One thing, the different sets of in terms of the how they communicate, how they react, how they deal, how they work together among themselves, the teamwork, and how they prioritize their work. Having said this, meaning that, in other words, sorry if I forgot to inform my audience that I have to use full in English because we have participants from China and other countries as well. In this, but having said this, after we see this video, short clips here, meaning that one is the perspective of things has changed in terms of the way we do things. Second thing is that the generations that we are facing today is entirely different from what we experienced in the past. Say, for example, if you are 50s, means that you are now facing an entirely different generations. If you are 40s, entirely different. You know what the strategy that we do in the past? Leo, can you go to the next?
Okay, yes.
Okay, what we did in the past is that I personally did whenever that we have early 20s in our team members, early 20s, because I was the 20s as well. When I was 20s, I said to my team, like among colleagues and peers, that those who are 50s, we call it pachi. Pachi means uncle. In office, we call it pachi or uncle, because they are 50s. Whenever the 50s, the bosses who are in the 50s come and communicate with us. Because I have an immediate boss who are 30s. So 30s and 20s is just like a brother or brother sister. We feel close because the gap is not so much gap. They can understand, they can speak the same lingo. So when we have someone who higher level, much higher at the 50s, and we are 20s, we started to have gaps because we foresee them as a like an uncle, like a father mother figure. So when you are the father mother figure, the way you communicate with those 20s are rather different. So when we are doing the coaching and mentoring, often I find it that when you want to unleash or seek out their best in them, or seek out the performance, I would say, often there's a gap. A gap exists when you start to communicate. Because why the topics that you have is totally different, entirely different. You can't really comprehend what they want. And you can't really understand unless you train to be a good listener. Imagine those who are early 20s, or what is your ambition? Even though they are studying engineering, they might say that, okay lah. When I speak to my lecturer or my bosses, I will say that, I want to be so and so in career. But deep down inside, they will say that probably I want to be a footballer, I want to be TikTokers, I want to be influencers, I want to be someone famous. Deep down inside, they have that. We have that little us, that little child in us as well. In our 20s, perhaps, if you are somewhat 30s or 40s, in our early 20s, or if you are 17 or 18 years old, inside you, your little you, we'd always say that something else. We'd always say that something else. You dream of to become someone else. But how to realign that in your organization, where you see that, the 20s, you find it difficult for these people, young people, to give commitment, working commitment, dedication, because they seem to have like a, wanted to go off early, let's say, for example. Wanted to, can't really give a commitment over the weekend as what you give today. No, because why? Because they don't really see the objective, the needs of that, because they have another objective. They wanted to be, play football with friends, go out, socialize and everything, because the priority is not there yet. And it is, and to leaders with the huge gap in terms of age and mindset, we find it difficult to communicate with these people. Effectively, I would say. You can communicate. Communication. Now I'm going to touch a bit on the communication here. You find it difficult because there's a gap. So what we did in the past is that I get the those 30s to play as a mentor-mentee to the 20s. Whenever we have a programs, we make sure that 30s are there also. And you have to groom that 30s to become a future leaders. And 30s, we manage the 20s. And 30s, we manage the 20s. So they rather speak the same lingo, they can comprehend, then they can do the things, most of the things together. And there's no gap between them. That is, to me personally, that the best to channel the communication. The best communication is when you're able to detect the things that have not been said. If you want to seek out the best in your team, things that's not been said. Whatever being said, usually that is only surface. They don't really reveal. So coming to the art of communication, art is not of communication. It's not a skill of communication. Unfortunately, now because as a chartered accountant that train, I've been trained as generalist management consultants and the coach as well. Certification that we went through, and the exposure that we have with other great mentors or coach, and we applied it within the organizations. That's a blessing, I would say. So I find it the skill, communication skill, and art of communication in leadership to exercise in terms of the productivity or performance are very crucial. Skill is about, let's say, a person able to communicate effective. You know, they can speak well, they can deliver, they can do presentation. You call it skill. Okay? The art is different. That person might be, you know, with less ability to effectively communicate, but they know how to deal with people. You may find one in your organization. That person is a easygoing, perhaps, or people find it, you know, comfortable talking to him or her, in terms of that. And then you can use that person to, you know, to ease the heat in the organization, for example, the art and the skill. Say, for example, something like this. If I were to art of communication, if I used to the word of thought, there's a theory there, not theory, management philosophy is, they call it talk, T-O-K. T-O-K is a theory of knowledge. Talk is part of the art of communication. Because philosophy, communication is about, you know, if it's in business, it refers to the sharing related message. Say, for example, that you send one email, you consider done in terms of the communicating with the team members. You can do that. Okay? But to find it effective is different. Okay? Effective meaning is that you ask them to work 9 to 5, they stay 9 to 5. And then we go out at 5. They come back probably, they come clock in probably 7:45, and they go out 5:30 or 5:15. But if they give everything, heart and soul, they're willing to deliver more, you know, they don't mind to stay over weekend, let's say, if need be. And they don't mind to stay up late on daily basis, not daily basis, whenever things are required. They take charge, they honor their role and responsibility. You know, because of why? They already aware, consciously they're aware of that responsibility. And they give more, they're willing to give more. Okay? Philosophically, coming back to here, is referring to the business legitimation. You send email, done, considered, message delivered. But that is more on the communicating, effective communicating. When we're talking about the optimization of communication, the reality is that how to convince the people. The reality of the art of communication is the reality is how to convince. For example, the classic case. For those who have kids, you remember the color kids when your kids come to you and say, "Mom, I got sport. I want to go there and there. I want to give 8 days. I want to, you know, join this club, whatever it is." The ultimate objective of that communication from our kids to us is actually, the reality is they wanted to convince us. Same on the daily basis that when I communicate with team members, yeah, you have to do such and such activity. You know, you have to send the report to such and such. Because the reality of my communication, the ultimate goal is actually how to convince them. To convince to deliver whatever it is, that instruction, that potential instruction. So effectively, generally, in my perspective, because I craft this, ultimately is how to convince. So effectively this, if you master the art, the discerning ability to convince your surroundings, especially within your team members, stakeholders, clientele, or ecosystem, yeah, you can master the art of the convince people. Name it to agree with your presentation, your proposal, because there's no rocket. Of course, there's no rocket science. Yeah, probably statistic. If by random, say for example, you don't know, like earlier said, that you don't have knowledge of the coaching mentoring, you don't have knowledge, you didn't aware about this, you are not conscious about this. The reality of art of communication is about convincing people. If you are not aware of this, you don't have in your frame, in your mindset or subconscious mind that, no, my ultimate objective of the communicating is actually to convince people. When I want to convince people, I must know that people first. I must know myself. I must know that what are the things that should and should not be said. I must know that criteria of that people. You know, I must know the age gap of that people, the level. I must understand and study them. And to do that, you must bring down your ego first. That is about the coaching and mentoring and the leadership. Remember that leadership is a shepherd. Earlier said, yeah, shepherd who leads the team. So we are leading teams, leading a business. First, the reality is that you must know how to convince the people. You want to convince the people, you must bring yourself down What is that? I mean, the alter ego first. The alter ego first. You are not exercising if you are a red person, R-E-D. Red means that autocratic, no nonsense, yeah? Very autocratic, very process driven. You always wanted to enforce my way. It's only my way. It's either my way or no way. You go out from this door, say for example. You tend to exercise, your dominancy, yeah, or level of authority within the power of you. Yes, you can deliver the message, but that might not be effective yet. You do not know about effectiveness. You can exercise your power, yeah, as a manager, but not as a leader. Yeah? The reality of how to convince people, meaning is that if one were to master of this skill, I would say practice. That's why earlier I would say that leadership is about training. You train, you communicate people, you're consciously aware, you become better. You become better. But you require training. But training, it cannot be random. Random meaning is that you do for the sake of doing. No. You must know that the purpose of doing, you must have a frame of doing, you must be in the conscious. So coming back to TOK, talk that I earlier shared. It's about TOK again. Yeah. TOK or theory of knowledge. It's about finding a common ground. Yeah. Let me share one classic case or example. Theory of knowledge. This happens in 70s or 80s, if I'm not wrong. Shared by one of my mentor. Because he technically was there when the fall of the Soviet Union, now Russia, the Soviet bloc, dismantle of the Soviet Union bloc, and there's a country known by then is Yugoslavia, as many of you can remember or recall. Yugoslavia. Czech, Yugoslavia, partly it's a Czech. So they use the Czech. Their language is Czech. Czechoslovakia. They're Czech. So the government would intend to build a dam. D-A-M, not D-A-M-N, not dam. Dam. Empangan, reservoir, dam. So they open up a tender, international tender. So many bidders who came in. The Germans, the Korea, the Samsung, the Hyundai, and including the Japanese. The companies I'm saying here. So fast forward to the final bidders presentation or pitching presentation. So that no financially, meaning that technical and financial, they've screened out the final bidders. They call up the final bidders who the techno and commercial aspect equally match, I would say. So they call it for those final bidders. And they came in to do the presentation. Come German to do the presentation, come Korea, and come Japanese, the Japan to do the presentation. So the Japanese came to the stage, all Japanese. Yeah, the presenters are all Japanese. So they presented, and they presented in Czechoslovak. Right? They presented in Czech language. So all Japanese up there, they go up, they presented in Japanese, in Czech. And they won the bid. So the Japanese go up there, they presented in Czech. So the talk is very much in that context of exercising. There's one thing, value, what makes it different, that can trigger in terms of the common things that can trigger into the result, that can trigger the performance, that can trigger to everything. That is the art of the communication. Not much on the skill. That is the art. Imagine, say for example, in Malaysia, let's say for example, for those who are from overseas. In Malaysia, we have our main citizens. So we have Malay people, and we have a Chinese, we have an Indian. I can rest assured that in any of us, if during Hari Raya or Muslim or Malaysian Malay festive, or in Chinese New Year, if during, let's say, for example, during China Hari Raya, and we have a Chinese or Indian friends who came to our, let's say, open house event or ceremony or Raya event, and they came in, let's say, for example, with the costume, Malaysian costume. They came with baju kurung, we call it, a dress, Malay dress. Or our Chinese friends who came with the songkok, they call it, or baju Melayu, they call it. Or during the Chinese New Year, where their friends, Malay friends, come with the, say, for example, the cheongsam. How do you feel? How do you feel when you see that? You definitely will feel that these people, or my friends, or whatever it is, my guests, feel me, know me, appreciate me. You feel that common ground. You start to close the gap. That is what the art of communication. You try to close the gap. And you feel more like easy with that people. That is the scenario of the one that worn by the Japanese in that context. That little extra that couldn't get elsewhere. That little extra that minimize and close the gap that makes a leaders able to convince their people. That extra push means the extra understanding, they're able for them to understand the people. And that is where, remember the words earlier that I used, coaching for performance. Coaching performance is you're able to trigger the soft point of that particular person, to turn that person to deliver best, to turn around. And same goes when you do the counseling in your team members, problematic stuff. And to the extent as, of course, to the extent of certain instances or situation, you can turn by showing the empathy through the effective or art of communication. Because they understand people. Okay? But in order to do that effectively, I'm not saying that age or generation gap is a barrier, but if you have the second liner, best to deploy them to do that. 20s, they can work well or communicate well still with the 40s. Best is 30s. Okay? 50s, on certain occasion, if you are skilled enough as a leader, you can. But there's always a gap. It's difficult for you to, calibrate or ignite the best of talent in them because of the gaps. Eh? They find that the gap is so, in terms of gap is 2-3 generation high up above. You need to have that second line in between in that context. Let's open up the Q&A first for this one before I move to the next on the gap, on the coaching, mentoring.
Yeah, can I ask one question, Professor?
Yeah.
Yeah. Since
Better.
art, art or communication is a little bit technical, so I just refer to one book. There's a book called Six Simple Rules, produced by Harvard University. But one of the key takeaway that I got it from the book, Prof, is understand what your employees actually do. Because nowadays, communication is a very complex thing. You just should demonstrate just now, Professor, in that manner. And then they reinforce integrated. It means to say that you need to have somebody who can basically create a environment of cooperation between levels in that sense. And the third one, I think another one is talking about empowerment. Give them allow to move around, to showcase what's best result for the company. But then again, then we read another book. I think it's a very old book. Malcolm Gladwell, Tipping Point. I think in this book, Malcolm Gladwell did mention that to have this kind of ecosystem really, really effective, the total cluster of every staff should not be than 25 numbers. What say you on that, Professor?
Yeah, I echo with that.
Yeah.
This is just with the limited time, I'm trying to compress
Understand.
it.
Yeah.
Try
Understand.
to share
Yeah.
the gist part of it.
Yeah.
Talking to that, I always emphasize within the small circle or influence that I have, that it has to start with you meaning that I need to start with my team,
Understand.
because the dynamic landscape of, let's say, for example, in Malaysia, say for example, is rather different. We have family-oriented business. They have different ways of doing business, different ways of their culture in running the business. And we have these, we'll call it, government agencies are different. The GLCs are different.
Right.
And then certain MNCs have different ways of doing things.
Yeah.
And to embed that culture from the top to the bottom is rather difficult. But I'm rather surprised. When I was in Shell, this is the environment, very ideal environment. We are very supportive. That's why I use that analogy. When I moved to the MNCs or GLCs, larger GLCs in Malaysia, GLCs, later part of it, I find it difficult whether, even though my boss are from the MNCs as well, because eventually he is being diluted with probably the culture of the culture. So it becomes
Understand.
in that
Yeah.
context. Well,
Yeah.
what my point here is that if we can exercise, of course, it's a tall order. It's difficult unless the organization are there. That is the culture that embed. That rather easy, I would say. But when you go into the different culture, that bigger organization have totally different culture, that is very difficult. But what you can do is that within your circle of influence. And of course, if you can do the bigger practice or bigger or smaller practice, I would say that's much easier because your circle of influence and authority rather within your control. It's reachable, smaller and compared to a larger one. But most importantly to me is it has to start from us, and it is good if we can get buy-in from higher level to start to inculcate this kind of the culture and values, I would say.
Thank you, Professor.
Hope I can help within the limited time, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome. Any practical question? No, I'm not a master of communication. I'm not a master of those things. I'm just sharing my experience, how we do things in experience more of the practical side of what we're doing. Okay, Leo, let's move on to the next. Yeah, this, I would like to touch a bit on this. Probably I have run through a bit on this leadership gap and opportunity. Gap are referring to, one is the level of the, a level of education is one thing, level in terms of the position, a level in terms of the age, the diverse in terms of the backgrounds and all those things. But here, let me bring the focus into the gap in terms of the age first, in terms of the, Gen Y, Z, X, and baby boomers, let's say, for example. Okay? We have seen this as highlighted by Encik Raja just now. I can see that the one glaring issues in organization, many things is that we are lacking of the leadership pipeline. Because I was in some of the board and still in one of the board that we see that yes, often lacking of the leadership pipeline. I mean, is that those in the C-suite now. Culturally, probably in our corporate, we don't really much focus on putting more into our people in terms of the grooming, in terms of the uplifting. If that person have the quality, it is by, I would say, the personality of that particular person. He or she herself will want to upgrade themselves, do personal development rather than the company is pushing. The culture is pushing to that. And that is what the bigger constraint, I would say, in terms of that. And we start to see, because when we talk about the exposing the team within the organization, you like it or not, you have to put some investment on it. Okay? You have to put some investment, meaning that end of the day, translated into the company coffers a bottom line. It will affect some cost. Whether in the sense of the sending trainings or peers program, if you do peer programs, you need to bring in external parties to come in, somehow assist a guide. But if you go to training, you still need to spend on something. But the good thing is that coaching, it gives an opportunity in terms of the, it's one of the sustainable solutions, I would say. Why sustainable solutions? We have technological in place. We have somehow achieved so much efficiency and productivity has leveled up as compared to many years or last decades. It has tremendously improved, right? Tremendously improved. But mentoring and coaching, as we see today, somehow elevate talent pipelines as well. We've seen mushrooming of the talents for something that we have not seen for the past 20, 30 years. Is something like, there's a lot of the, say for example, the gigs, the startup, the involvement of many emerging companies and smaller companies who are fast, that can pose a threat to the bigger organizations because of that function already. Like, let's say, for example, like fully automate, implemented AI, integrate and extend. Where does these people come? These are the generation who came from the mentoring, coaching, effectiveness of mentoring and coaching, and exposures have been given. Okay? In that context. Okay? Leadership and opportunities, gap and opportunities can be tackled, I would say, can be tackled through, we went to rigorous, I would say, options of personality tests, DISC, Potters, and all those things. More complicated, you need to understand, you need to answer like hundreds of questions, running a test, psychometry test, whatever it is, just to know about the preference of personality. So I don't really do that. Even though I do that in the past, we don't really do that. For me, it's very simple. I just go for 4 main code. In the practical, how do we practice? Okay? If you ask me from which book, I cannot tell you, because it's just a blended, and then this is what we do. Personality, like I earlier mentioned, that if you are red, in terms of you are dominant, you are no-nonsense guy, you are go-getter, you are either like a goal-oriented, very critic, it's always me, then you have to compromise on certain things. That we have to know that not all our team members are goal-oriented in terms of that. Means that they are not into something like a material. They're not charged up or motivated by numbers X of amount of money, let's say, for example, or certain X of position. Because when we go into deeper down, then you start to realize that not all of your team members or your staff would want to climb the ladder. Not everyone would like to become a manager, GM, or whatever it is, or C-level, or C-suite. Not everyone. So how to optimize their capacity to deliver level? But it's okay if you want to compromise, if you want a complacent, I would say, enough to be here. How to make it productive enough means that you have to consciously aware. Meaning that if we able to identify the dynamics in our team members, and we can communicate effectively and bring out the best in them, they will still deliver. That is my point. They will still deliver to the intended KPI that you put. Because why? Because one is we can tone down. If we are red, dominant, we can tone down. Instead of, let's say, if I go and banging the table and all those things, we end up probably the end of the day, I might be like terminating that person. But to get a replacement is not easy. That will be another cost altogether. So that's why, coming back to my earlier boss said to me, is that if you fail, Faisal, it is me that failed. It is not you. Of course, if you fail, you fail. But it is me first to fail. Because why? Fail to mentor, fail to coach you. Because we bring you here in this organization. Unless I have a toxic character, I myself a troublemaker, that's a different story. Then I need to go through for the counseling. But seeking out the best in terms of the, personality are very, very, very important. The first color code there, to me, is that red. And the second one is, of course, the blue. Blue is more process-driven. The person who appreciate more on the, process, the checklist, and all together. We have a people person. we have a laid back person. So understanding those character and criteria, probably you may want to source out like the readings and information on that. Then we give more tone down to us, and definitely putting a different strategy to seek out the best in our team here. Yeah. Okay, can we go to the next slide, Leo? And we have 2 slides. Okay, a quick one, mentoring and coaching. Mentoring is I'm going to go quick on this. Mentoring is rather on the more longer term. Mentoring is about the more to teaching alike, not teaching, but more to like guiding, more to like a guiding a mentee to do best certain processes. Not to teach A, B, C. No, they know how to do marketing. Let's say, for example, they know how to source financing. They know how to operate things. But mentoring is to seek to give guide on how to do it better, how to do it best, how to do it par excellent with others, or benchmarking with best practice. Mentoring. You don't really teach on a micro, the how part, how to do this, how to fix the things. No, but you are inspire them to do better in terms of the bigger perspective. No, there's a better way to do that. That's why it is more on the long term, because the first phase between mentoring and coaching, mentoring is rather the starting points of. It is more holistic. I have one classic now. Impact later I'm going to share on the mentoring. Probably I'm not sure that person might be here also. I can't see the audience. Right? While coaching, I'm more into the goal-oriented. Yeah. Bigger picture, skill focus. Of course, there's a lot of model. I wouldn't want to go into that, because if you read the coaching books, let's say, for example, if you have time, perhaps you may want to invest into get the certification of coaching, let's say, for example. But I don't really go into that now. I don't want to go into that. But the big picture of coaching is the goal-oriented, finding the big picture, to seek out the best in that person. To seek out the best in that person means that coaching often associated with coaching for performance. Mentoring is more to lead and guide first. Yeah? Coaching is for performance means that you're already there as a manager. Yeah? As a manager, you're already there. In your best, you know that you have reached your KPI. So the coaching is that what is next? What is next? What is the extra push? What is next after where you are today? The coaching. Coaching can be in the forms of you put some challenge a bit for that person, and to unleash further, to go to the next in that context. One would say that, let's say, for example, I'm already a manager, I'm an expert, I don't need a coach. Yeah. Coaching might not be a subject matter expert. You remember, if you have someone, say, for example, in your life, you have someone, or parents, perhaps, because informally, unofficially, they can be our coach as well in that context, or someone who you admire, or elderly, or within your friends. Whenever you go, that person will give you one or two liner, or two things that trigger you most. Say, for example, as simple as, oh, I'm already manager here in so and so. I'm at this early age. I'm happy, like I can say that I'm a performer, I would say. And that person can say that, oh, okay, very good. Congratulations. And just a simple sentence that can trigger you, can trigger your subconscious mind. Okay, so what's next? That's rather difficult to answer. Or, oh, I think you can be better than this. That will be, it will strike to your mind, subconscious. Or, if it's more harsh or rude a bit, not rude, to challenge, is that you should be better than this. Means that he is using an extreme words of the coaching to challenge you. Yeah, congratulations. But you can be better, or you should be better than this. But that you think that you are already good, you are there. You're already there in your perspective. You think that you're already there, but you meet these people, or this guy, or he or she, and that person can push up your subconscious mind by saying that you should be better than this, or I think you can be better, or you should be better than this, or you must have been at this stage now. Say, for example, he congratulates, but he challenges you in different forms. So coaching, it is more something like uplifting what is next to next level. Even Obama have a coach on speech, coach on politics, coach on many other areas. It means that a person who are at that top level require a coach in that context. And then it doesn't have to be official. Means that it doesn't have to be someone who you need to hire them. No. Yeah? By having a conversation, that person can trigger you. Like even as small as that, unofficially, yeah, in that context. If you can have that kind of a continuous searching, I would say. Yeah? If you don't want to invest, continue searching. Searching what? Someone who can coach you. Unofficially, that would be best. Say, for example, my tips is that if you have a former boss or someone who you can look up within your industry, or ex-former within your industry, him or she might not be from the same company, but the same industry. The figure who are experienced enough, find time to have a coffee, informal conversation, and go and deal with that person, call them up, buy them coffee. Of all the 1 hour conversation, you might be getting one within the 1 minute. Within that 1 minute, you might get that aha sentence from them. Maybe that is something like, indirectly, a small coaching. Like what I said earlier, a simple line. You just need a simple line. Because that person is not trained to be a coach. But during that conversation, because he's already there, he's already went through what you went through. So he gives something that you can get that aha. That is somehow that one sentence that can start your mind to become a better in terms of that coaching. Of course, if you go for the proper coach, but you need to invest a bit on that, a professional coach. But you can get I would say the free of charge coach who came without the fees. But you need to continue searching. If you go for someone who love to go and mingle around with someone who are senior, don't go for one, go for many, 10, 15%. You can get inspired. You will be definitely inspired by these people. You only need one sentence from them that you can trigger you. That is indirect mentoring for me. And that's how I started in the past. Yeah, I don't have the resource to engage or coach. So what I do is I reach out to these people. Yeah, I reach out to these people. But that is just a tips, I would say. Okay. If you have a question, I'm happy to take from here.
Hello, Professor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kathy.
I'm Cassie. Yeah. Not a question, just some discussion with you. For these two type of the different formals. I just mentioned for the mentoring is just like to training some senior managers like that. And for another one, and the coaching is just for some director managers. I mean, maybe it's a medium or even lower, even a much lower level managers like that. I'm not sure even I understand is correct or not. Is like that or?
Okay. Coaching, if you compare the coaching and mentoring, it's just a function. It's just a function, different function. Mentoring are more into the directing, more detailing, directing more details. Meaning that, say for example, that certain processes, we don't teach them because they already know the process is there, but you mentor them how to do it effectively. Or do you have better ways of doing things? Coaching are more into the segment. That's why if I'm coming to your question is that coaching are more bigger perspective, and coaching are more much relate to the words of coaching for performance. When we talk about coaching for performance, we tend to relate more onto the higher level, probably manager, probably senior manager, probably directors or CEOs, coaching for performance. Because why? They already know their stuff. They already know how to do things. The only thing coaching is to challenge them how to be better. To look into different perspective. What if you do like this? Do you have other option? Do you benchmark with others? Let's say, for example, that is part of the question for coaching we ask. Do you think that you do what you do today is the best option possible? It is more like open-ended, like we spark the thinking to that coachee. Let the coachee think. We challenge that mindset, the coachee to think. That is more on the coaching. That's why we call it coaching for performance. Coaching rather to give that coachee a bigger perspective to think and explore. That is why it is more suitable for someone who are already up to certain level or certain productivity. Or if I may use the words is coaching rather, yes, I must say, manager and above and higher. Mentoring rather on the process driven. When you look at the process, let's say process driven, process A to Z. So you mentor them, they know the process, but you go and see, you say that, oh, what if you do like this? What if A, B, C? You can skip A, B, C. Let's say for example, you mentor them. Other organization can do better with this because you see things. Mentor usually someone who are already there, know the things very well. So if I'm a mentor, I know that business process very well, then I can mentor. Okay, coaching, it doesn't mean that I know that process. I don't have to know that process because I am not talking about the process. I'm talking about the people performance. Hope I'm clear that, Kathy.
Yeah, so I mean for the mentoring is just like for the company's long-term or short-term strategies like that. So they don't serve the practical issues like that.
Yes,
I know
yes.
this is, yeah. But for the coaching foremost is just like to deal with the director I mean problems like that, or just to improve the medium managers
Yes.
KPI like that, right?
No, you are right. You are right. You are right.
Okay.
Yes, I agree with you. Yes, you got it right.
Okay, thank you. So, but for these two formats, sometimes they are I mean, transfer or exchange like that.
Yes,
Yeah.
in any instances, it can be interchangeable. It can be, yes, interchangeable, or you can use the word transfer, yes. Because I might be, let's say, a person, assuming I am a finance director who happened to coach a finance manager or finance team. I'm a finance director, means that I am a subject matter expert as well. So since I know things operationally, I might use my skill from coaching to mentoring as well, because I'm a subject matter expert. I know that very well. But if I'm a CEO who an engineering background, let's say for example, I myself, but I have a marketing manager who came and see me. Of course, I can't really mentor him because he knows the process very well. But what I can exercise to coach him in terms of the challenge, to be better in terms of the strategic implementation, to challenge him to explore more new options, let's say, for example, to benchmark with others. Yes, Kathy?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, welcome. Let's go to the next, Leo. So we have touched a bit on the impact of the mentoring. I would like to share one classic example of I think the most recent one, I would say that the most recent one what I do is one of the I would say that assigned by Minister of Economy. So I mentor one company, call it by I'm also happened the FMC Joe. So Mr. Joe is here. He's one of the director there, and past 6-7 months we mentor we mentor in many aspects, ecosystem, and apparently God will, they also give a very good cooperation. They implemented what has been things that has been mentored, and quite numerous process has been improved. And then the other thing is that the profit also rose. The revenue rose 33% on year to year for the past 5 months, and we've been so-called like awarded by ministry, but the session is being postponed. And one of the two best in terms of the engagement, I would say, with the mentee. So that classic case is my role is with the these clients or entity also. I play roles as mentor most of the time. Yes, interchangeable with the coaching, and performance increase, process increase, improve, and efficiency, and many other things in that context. But within short span, nothing much can be. But meanings that is the role and the process that has been done, the engagement. That is the impact of the mentoring. So do not underestimate the impact of mentoring and coaching in your life, personal, in whatever you have. Like I said, informal, unofficially, please do get one. Okay, if that person hesitate, never mind, you just ask them, yam cha saja, drink tea, coffee, whatever it is. Seek out the best, whatever things that, what's your opinion on my career? Yeah, can you give some input? Tell me about your experience. Something like that, unofficially. Yeah, because to get a proper or if you don't not ready to engage a mentor or coach who might need the investment to do, then go for for a start within reachable, something that within reach first. Okay. Leo, can we go to the next? Okay. That is another case study on not case study, I would say that a real case on mentoring, and another one is the coaching. 2023, I had an opportunity to coach a CEO of one of a group of listed companies. This is coaching. He is a mechanical engineer by background, a CEO, one of the listed company manufacturing of automotive, one of the biggest automotive industry. Even though that he has a CFO, finance director with him, still he wanted to look for an expert, I would say, to come and coach on the finance related matter, to see things perhaps in different perspective. So we use a lot of in terms of the analysis, ratios, and then eventually the the CEO has better understanding, clearer views. Whenever he went to the board, he can appreciate more what the board asks and expectation from the board. Because when you go to the board, you like it or not, it's all about numbers. You talk about efficiency, engineering process, it translated into numbers. Downtime numbers translated into the RM. Translated into the numbers means that translated into the dollars. Everything translated into the dollars, monetary sign. Downtime, efficiency, labor hour, man hours, productivity. It's all about translating into the numbers. Numbers meaning that dollars. Dollars are very important. That is why the importance of CEO having that kind of skill. And we, by doing this engagement, they hire personally. I went in and we able to assist, and it's recognized by the CEOs as well on that part. The model that we use is more on the coaching, but it's interchangeable with the mentoring, definitely in that context, because they must know or aware that whenever they're in an organization, we want to assign manager or senior manager to go for this, because rather usually the engagement of the mentoring or coaching is small group or one-to-one. It cannot be in a big one classroom, 10, 20, 30%. It can be on awareness stage, yes, but when it comes to real engagement, it cannot be. It won't be effective. It has to be smaller than 1 or 2%, 3 maximum. one-to-one is best. One-to-one is best. It's always about that because they need to speak their heart out in the sense of not to spell out what has not been said, but then you have to seek out something that deep down they have inside there to trash out. So that is the trigger point that we wanted to solve, or the trigger point that the strength point of that particular individuals, and for them to bring out the best in them. That is coaching. Coaching to the extent of people can go to the next level of the word I use, influence, or in other words, to the extent of not just influence, manipulate, I would say, can go up to the extent of that level, that extreme level. But I do not want to go into that extreme, but let's go to that coaching. So when you are a leader's organization, you master both mentoring and coaching, able to seek out the best in your team. Trust me, you can have a good night's sleep, I would say, if you are in an organization. And if you are running your own business, that authority somehow, you have a peace of mind that you can do a lot of more personal things related. You don't really have to go and dig down, fine-tune firefighting on the daily affairs. Because that one is trust given to your team, and you know your team are charged up enough to do their level best. And everything in place. Even though you have an SOP in place, not necessarily they will do the level best. You still need to go down and, cross-check everything yourself. That is where ineffectiveness of leadership. You can't, you still need to go and do and check on the daily chores of your activities. So you miss the time to think of other strategic things. Say, for example, if you want to drive to expand your business, you miss that part because you need to focus on the daily affairs rather than to do the strategy thinking. Or you miss your quality life. You're spending time so much on daily affairs where you have so many time that you can do networking event, meeting someone, coffee with the high powered people, get yourself more branding positioning and be seen as business owners in that context. Because why? You tend to get yourself very busy, occupied with the daily chores. And how to master that? The power of that. Coaching and mentoring is so powerful. And of course, to master that, you need to master certain things. The art of influence, communication, understanding of people's character criteria, personalities. And you have to train that. Well, of course, you need to learn and mingle more with people. There's no hard, quick and fast solution to this. Okay? I think we're approaching 10 probably. I open up Q&A before we stop at 10:30. You have a question?
So, Professor, I just find some information about the power of coaching, and one of it is like a sign, kind of data evidence. That means the revenue of the investment. Oh no, the rate of the investment from the coaching, which means a kind of institute named ICF researcher said 86% of the companies think about coaching can return back the cost and create more revenue. And the average of the ROI is 7 vs 1, like that. Have you heard this kind of things before or not?
Yeah, of course. IFC is one of the, I think one of the quite dominant coaching association certification body.
Yeah,
Yes.
So that means the coaching is the main purpose or the basic purpose of the coaching it's just like, for the companies, it's not at the first day of the festival. First of all, where the company gives some information, just like just like the just like you put some things to their maybe the managers or their staff like that, and then from this kind of formats to exchange to just create a wake up their attitude, or wake up their mind or opinions, like this kind of formats exchange. Can we understand like that, or can we?
Yes, Kathy. Yeah, coaching, it is not on the hard rules. Coaching is not a material goods or stocks. It is not investment in terms of the um, stock and barrels, meaning that it is not investment of buying materials, expanding offices, or if invest into the showroom. No, coaching are investment into the personalities, into individuals, talents in the company. So it is an investment of intangible investment. Initially is all about intangible. You can't see. You invest coaching, you send your staff to do coaching, whatever it is in that context. You expose them. It is not a tangible, it's intangible. What you wanted to have a plan of different sets of mindset, ways of doing things, thinking to challenge these people more, to open up more possibilities. So we are talking about the people development. We are not talking about the hard investment or physical investment. Yes, you are right that mindset shift are very important. That is one of the key. And to think of different perspectives, to have a thinking pattern, different thinking pattern. What you have today, to challenge that person. It is more on a mindset, I would say, yes. To make it simplify. Yes, you got it right in terms of understanding.
So, can you tell us the most of the focus important for those of this kind of purpose? Which one is the most important for the power of the coaching? Is to improve people's independence, or others like that? Just want to know one. Is important.
Who drive the company? Who manage the company? So I ask you, who manage the company?
Who
People, right?
manage the people? Yeah.
Yes. You can't fix the company if you do not fix the people. If you want to fix the company in terms of performance company, you must fix your people. So if you fix your people, in the sense of, I use the word fix meaning here, not to fix, meaning if you train your people, coaching, mentoring, so with the expectation of these people, we boost the company performance. So in the end, the company get benefits. So because there's a two type of coaching. One is the personal coaching, personal development. Another one is coaching for performance for company. Means that person can perform better, or think better, or react better, strategize better for the betterment of company. So why companies send individuals in the company for coaching or mentoring? Because they want to boost their performance, want to improve company performance.
I understand. Yeah, so the final purpose is to improve the companies, improve just to
Yes,
improve companies, right?
yes. Ultimately, is to boost companies' productivity or
Uh,
revenue.
okay,
The
so
ultimate objective, yes.
so from the people, and but the final goal is to the company, right?
Yes, 对，
Understand.
right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Professor, I have a question. So first, I want to say thank you to share this good presentation with us. And I have a question. You have just mentioned that the communication is part of the leadership ability. And the communication is an art and a philosophy. And right now in China, especially some bigger companies, the high technology company, they met the issues. There are so many young people. They come to the company. They have different values. So for the older generation people, you ask them to work overtime, it's okay. But for the younger generation, you ask them to work overtime, you will say, I will quit. I don't mind the money. I don't mind the salary. So how to deal with this situation? It's very
Leo,
common in China.
that is a worldwide problem, not just a China problem. Let me tell you honestly.
Oh, it's very common.
That is a common problems around the globe, okay? Including Malaysia and around the globe. Even though today, on the west side of it, I understand that the golden age of a certain age gap, 40s and 50s, they are coming from different generations.
Yeah.
We are coming from 20, 30 years ago. We are coming from generations where a big shift from the less, I would say, less prosperous economy, to prosperous economy. So we are coming from generation where a hardship is there. So now we have a generation where when they started to open up their eyes, everything is rather easy and speed, technological driven. That's why I emphasized earlier that, we have to find ways and accommodate these people, because they already see things in different perspective. I find it, yes, a challenge in terms of that, but if we can resonate with that in terms of, flexibility in terms of the longer hours. Say, for example, that I've seen in other jurisdiction, other countries where they have started to go for clock in of 10 a.m. in the morning, and then going out 4 p.m. Okay, in the evening. But 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And within 11 to 3 p.m., you must be in office. Must be in office. You can come in late, but within that time, you have to be in office. But the company can reach you out, even though 7, 8 p.m. at night. And these young people are very happy to work with that. Meaning that they are ready to work with that. The flexible hour, they don't mind to go back and, and do the work still, because they are output driven. Yeah. If we can communicate with that, probably that is one of the things that, we can solve the issue. I know even here in Malaysia, there's still organizations are difficult to do that, because you have to clock in 8 to 6 every day. But it's actually not 8 to 6. It could be 8 to 9 or 10 p.m. So yeah, the younger generation now is having difficult because they have abundance of option. For example, like gig economy, I can go and do Grab, let's say, for example, do whatever it is, gig economy that can give me some money, income replenishment. I don't mind. I understand you well, but I think collectively we have to find ways to, because this generation that we are working with now, I mean, pounding into the same way of doing things as we do now, meaning that long working hours. I think, to me, even though I came from that generation, but I think that no longer applicable to this generation. We have to find ways, or otherwise they will be flexing muscle.
Yeah.
Flexing, mismanagement.
But it's the culture of the company. So maybe for the middle level management, they should try to persuade to change the leaders' values regarding that.
Yes, Leo, correct. I agree with that.
Okay, I have another question. And I worked in a medical electronic company before, and we have some in the United States. And we want to enter into the chain market, to sell the products in Walgreens, Walmart, or the CVS, the chain stores. At that time, we hired a person who is the Jewish American people. Each time when he met us, he will negotiate the price with us every time. No matter when we meet, he will negotiate the price. For him. So how to deal with the situation? Regarding communication in the art and the philosophy. I just want to maybe it's time for us to can share the experience for that. Yeah.
I think that there's a big dilemma, and it's not easy. I can't really give one one answer that can fit to that. But I know I've been into that situation where there's a tough negotiators, I would say, and there's tough negotiators that always go to win the negotiations, I would say. But I mean, the gist is to me is that is the, I mean to be honest, I don't have one perfect answer to that, Aliwa, but I know there are a client who faced that situations where because you wanted to go into the chain store, and then they push you to the corners, and I understand, and then you working with.
For example, in the contract, we agreed to give them 5% as a commission. And next time when we meet, they want 6%. And next time after that, they want 7%. They are not. They're so greedy. They're not satisfied. They always do.
Now, if you have contract, then I think first is to tackle that particular group or individual, and then bring them to the contract, back to the contract. But I think always when it comes to negotiation is we see where are we. If you are at the losing ends, I would say, in the context of we need the contracts, then of course we need to bring down our so-called like authority or alter ego in that sense, and then to bring them to agree or disagree, like whatever that we have laid off. Let's come into this, try to go into the harmonious way, and do not let things like tense, because we are not dealing with the Trump. Okay, hopefully, in that context, end of the day, it has to be in harmonized in a way, like in that context. Yeah.
Prof, one question from me, Prof. Can I ask whether it's ethical or not? Okay, I've just joined in Yayasan Selangor about 3 months ago on a contract basis. So idea was to revamp the whole thing. But then I realized the top level team and the second group the gap was so big, basically. So you can see that no matter how you want to mentor or coach them, they are very reluctant to move forward. Knowing the fact that the downliner of about 30 years plus are really matured and willing to go forward now. Is it ethical if we to sort of switch or swap in a different way in the organization? From your experience, is it a proper way to do that, or you still maintain and trying your best, knowing the fact that we are governed by contract now? We need to deliver something in that sense.
Yeah, then now we are going to the real problems that we have, especially on the organization who have the kind of culture, JLC, JLP, I pretty much understand on that culture. On certain instances where coaching is one thing that leadership or coaching has to be the coachee or the mentee has to be open as well, willing to coach and willing to mentor. Okay, the next that's the two one items that I think I missed out. They must be open and willing also. If they are not willing, then we can't coach, we can't mentor them. So, but they resist because they resist and they don't want to. Means that they don't want to change. So if that's the case, then we have to go back in terms of the counseling method. And counseling method, the one-to-one counseling, or if worst case scenario, then usually in organization, go to the top tier, top order, ask I would say a chain of command to exercise what you think best fit. Say, for example, to
Understand.
shift them, whatever it is. But
Yeah.
mentoring and coaching no longer applicable because these are people who are they already closed a room to be coached or room to be mentored.
Thank you very much.
That's
It's very important. That's a very important takeaway.
okay. Thank you.
So,
Kathy, you got something?
Yeah, Professor, just one more question is about we are talking about the mentoring and coaching, and can you give us some suggestions about even for the companies, how often all the frequency for the mentoring or coaching? That means how long they will give their direct managers coaching, or even depends what kind of programs, or I'm not very sure about that. So can you give us some more information or some suggestion about this kind of
Okay,
how long?
mentoring can comes into the throughout our experience. Mentoring can comes into is if specifically mentoring it can comes in the engagement of 6 months, 1 year, or 18-month mentoring, because mentoring is about boosting efficiency, improve performance. When we talk about efficiency, performance, it's all about respective, let's say, in the marketing, in the sales, in the finance function, in the business operation, in the strategy division, in the product development, any kind of process driven that have within the organization. It comes with as short as 6 months. Of course, 6 rather very, very short, I would say, because you can't see the result. It's all about 6 months is about awareness. It's about instilling the information. So the next stage is about implementation, probably the next 6 months. And the next following up process is about another 6 months, probably 18 months. So peer post the coaching, then you can impose the, peer post mentoring, then you can impose the coaching. Coaching, it can be prolonged up to 2 years. It can be 6 months. Usually coaching interval of coaching, it could be once a month. Per session is about 2 to 3 hours. It won't be long, but it's
So
when
that
it's
yeah, you said
means that coaching intervention of the coaching, it can be in a month 2 to 3 hours or 2 to 4 hours. You can do on monthly basis for the next 12 months. Then you assess the performance in that context. Or it can be in the sense of after that 12 months of monthly coaching, then the next phase of that, the second phase of that 12 months means that going to 24 months, you can do on interval of 12 months, 1 month, 2 months, once. Means that once in every 2 months. After that, the first 1 year is 1 month. And then the second year will be that once in every 2 months. Until that person is sufficient, and I'm okay with that, then we can have a casual chat of 6 months, one. It's always when you do a goal setting, something like a goal setting or strategy plan, you review your strategy plan of business performance, of course, almost every month. But you do strategy planning once in every 2 years one, 3 years one, and then you start to review on annual basis. And when you do annual basis, you do also on the half yearly or quarter basis. That is on the business performance. When you do the budgeting, you do the performance. Coaching can use a similar process intervention, because coaching will reflect again back to the result of the company. The result of the company, whether it's achieved or already achieved or to achieve better, that can be coached in that context. Because at the end of the day, it is not board not in the position to coach the CEO. Board cannot talk on that lingo with the CEO. Board only come as a supervisor to challenge the CEO, whatever things that CEO bring to the management. Say, for example, they meet up once a month or once in 2 months. Board only go and discuss. 12 members or 30 members of the board discuss with the CEO and senior management, one in every 2 months, let's say, for example, 2-3 hours in a meeting. That is not coaching mentoring. That is mere meeting. So coaching is that where where is the CEO platform to talk? Where is the senior management to talk? Senior managers want to talk to who? You see, in that perspective. Senior manager, I don't think senior manager who reported to GM can coach them, because GM are very much busy also in that context. That's reality. But my question is, who's going to talk to this person? Who's going to talk to the manager? Who's going to talk to the GM? Who's going to talk to the CEO? Talk in the sense of not training. When you do the coaching, I'm talking about the small group effectiveness one-to-one, or the smaller group. They need to talk to someone, whether coach or mentor. Outside organization is even better. Because why? That is where they can speak. Their heart, body, and soul, everything's out in that context.
So I
Oh,
think
okay.
also there are some cases of the mentoring or coaching. I mean, for example, maybe right now these managers in your companies, but maybe you have some coaching or mentoring after. Maybe this guy will, you know, come into or job at another companies. But I know this is a kind of normal occasions. And I don't know if even you can give us some ideas or some opinions about how the companies to, you know, control, or how the companies to think about this kind of crisis of even after a very professional mentoring or coaching, but you know, your employer have, you know, exchanged another companies like that, such like this kind of, you know, how to say, little bit how to say, not dangerous, but you know, have some investment like that. Yeah.
Okay. I think if the engagement is more on the normal coaching process, company must have a big heart enough. It's like an investment to the staff, like normal coaching, a normal training. So when you send your staff to normal training, of course you don't ask them to sign or bind. After this, you cannot leave me, because it's just a normal training. Same goes to the mentoring and coaching. Unless you go for a different approach of mentoring, where you know you invest so much, then probably you can, you know, you can sign something to bind that person for another 1 year or so. No, they're not leaving the company, but that is a full flag. But take it, training and mentoring for manager and senior managers or senior management, to me, is no longer suitable. Sending them training with a group of 30, 40 people. That is not for them anymore. Sending training, let's say, for example. Unless they go for a forum conference, that is different. That is not a training. But sending them for training for 2-3 days, that is not for, to me, it's not for GM, you know, senior management and above. Theirs has more into the small pocket line. So their training are more into the mentoring coaching. That is their training. But training to lower level, manager and below, are more into training, 1 or 2 days training, 3 days training, you know, that is suitable for lower or executive and below. But for higher position, training, yes, they occasionally they go for training, but performance maximization coming from the mentoring and coaching session. So company need to treat that as if sending them to attend the coaching or mentoring is as the same as sending them to training. So whether they want to join other company later, that is beyond your control.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a kind of, you know, questions, just, you know, I found it's very normal, or you know, has many companies have happened these kind of things, you know. It's
No,
just like
in the West it's normal. Developed countries is normal to coaching. In MNCs, bigger company, multinational, I think it's rather common also. But not for everyone, but it's common.
yeah. Because for the human beings, you know, sometimes it's
Yeah.
complex. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, if I may, Prof, with due respect, Prof Razali has just WhatsApp to me. He said it's already 10:30. Before I move to Leo, allow me to read out. He asked me to read out on what he's written at the side here. Can I do that, Prof? Can I move on in that manner? Okay, yeah. He mentioned that on behalf of Ahibs UTM, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Professor Adjunct Dr. Faisal Malik for graciously spending his invaluable time with us. May the knowledge he has shared be a great benefit to all, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant him continuous blessing in this world and the hereafter. Our sincere thanks also go to our friends from UITM who kindly joined the webinar to gain knowledge together. We truly appreciate your presence and support. We look forward to future opportunities where you may also invite us to participate in your program. My sincere apologies for not being able to attend the session personally, as I had to be present at a Sharia board meeting in Penang. Thank you once again, and wassalam and best regard. Leo, back to you, Leo.
Okay, so I want to say thank you again, Professor Fasher and all the attendees. And I learned a lot. I believe that everybody attending this meeting also learn a lot. Before, I don't know that the leadership can be but by the training we can obtain the ability. So that today I learned a lot about that. So thank you so much. And today the time is limited. So now let us take a picture for us for this best memory. So firstly, the formal picture. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, Leo. I think you have to stop sharing the screen first.
No, I have 2 screens. I already get to the screen all
okay.
fast. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right. So another smile face picture. 1, 2, 3. Great. Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much.
Very much, everyone. Have a good day. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum.